did not plan to be sharp at 9, but we have to start because we have something new this year for all of you. You can sit wherever you want. The tables are prepared for the next session, so wherever you sit, it's okay. Later on, you can choose B2B and everything. What will Mr. D do? But now I'm going to call our dear Ivana to join us again on the stage to conclude what happened yesterday and to say what we have to do today. Go, Ivana, welcome. Anytime.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I wish you a warm welcome to the second day of Tourism 365 conference about trends and the future of tourism. Thank you for being us today here in the hall and, of course, online. I hope you had a good time with us tomorrow, and I invite you to participate on each session today. Today we have a parallel program in 2 halls, so just for the online participants, that I have to say that you have 2 links for today, and you can choose which one you will follow from 9 o'clock on. Here will be a few presentations, very interesting press panel, and then B2B sessions. And from 11 o'clock, you can participate in 2 workshops in the next hall or on the next link about Z generation and creating destination value and storytellings, of course. I wish you a pleasant day, fruitful meetings, valuable networking, and enjoy. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ivana, for having us for 7th time in a row. We have also a lovely gentleman who you met yesterday. All you need for a good tourism is a good deal. He is the best deal guy I've known for a few hours now, New Deal Europe guy. Please welcome Mr. Robert D, who will be addressing you now. Please, Mr. D, give us a deal.
Good morning, everybody. Dobre jutro.
He's duchom tvojim.
Yeah, that's my little bit of Croatian.
Yeah, that's great.
It doesn't get any better than that, by
that's
the way,
good.
because it's too early in the morning and I haven't had a drink. Anyway, welcome everybody to the very first New Deal Europe B2B event to be held in Croatia. And we're really proud of that achievement, and thank you to Ivana for inviting us. Those of you who were with us on night 1 will remember, I hope, that I said I think the bar is set very high by the event we had that night, and I was convinced that that standard of delivery would continue. And I think we would all agree, having been at the Slovenia event or the conference yesterday and the fantastic dinner that we had up in the mountains, that the standard has been set very high. And it's our job today to continue that. And I think with the vast number of buyers and suppliers that we've been able to assemble in just a few weeks, we have something like 75 delegates from around 15 countries here today, which is a major achievement. I think we are going to keep that standard pretty high. So thank you, everybody, for supporting us. Thank you to Ivana for inviting us. We, as a New Deal Europe, don't just do B2B events. We do many things. We do sales, representation, media, education things. And we want to bring that to all of the events that we do. So as soon as I get off the stage, Tina, hopefully, if you haven't met him, he's my business partner, and he's just disappeared on me, but he'll be taking the stage with a couple of panels and a couple of guests. Firstly, we have our partner from Mabrian, Carlos, who's going to give us some interesting data on tourism arrivals in Croatia that I hope you'll all find very useful, followed by Dennis from G2 Adventures, which I'm pretty confident in saying, you can correct me, Dennis, is the largest small group operator for activity adventure anywhere in the world. And as the theme of this conference is extending the seasonality to 365 days of the year, he's going to give some ideas about how to do that from his perspective. So hopefully that will be interesting and informative for all of you. And that's followed by a press panel where we'll be here from leading members of the press that we've been able to assemble here to give us their impressions about Croatia and this region. And aware that for some of you, this is your first visit to Croatia, a special dobrodošli to you. And for many of you, and myself included, this is our first visit to this beautiful region of Croatia up near the Slovenian border. And so we've got a presentation that follows me from the Croatian National Tourism Office about Croatia generally, and from the Regional Tourism Office, where we can find out a bit more about this region and take that home with us and hopefully include it in all of our programs. I've probably rabbited on a bit too much. Except to say about the B2B event, it starts promptly at 11 because we have a really packed program. All the appointments will be 15 minutes, and we need to run that really on time in order for us to make everything happen for you promptly today. So please be here about 5 to 11 in order for us to make the few opening remarks and let you know how the day will progress. And make sure, please, that you check, if you're a buyer here and you're staying in the hotel, that you check out by 10 o'clock. But please stay for us for the couple of presentations that we have. I see that Tina's in the room. So Tina, you're at the back. Tina, can you give everybody a wave? Tina, there. So if you haven't met us, we are New Deal Europe. I'm Robert. That's Tina. Please make sure you connect with us at some point during the day if we haven't met you. We want to be one big happy family on LinkedIn by the end of the day. And with that, I'll just say have a great day, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock. Bye for now.
Thank you, Mr. D. That was lovely indeed. And I have to say a few more remarks as well. You now carry on with something we prepared for you, and that's, of course, welcome to the cinema at Open Stars, to this beautiful part of Croatia, Kozagorje. Let's see the video together. Nice one. If you want to eat and drink during all year, you can always come to this part of Croatia. They're happy to collect you all. Mr. D, if you need a drink, that is all proverb in Croatia. Nokia connecting people, Rakia correcting people. So if you need one for 11, you can carry on with this one. When we talk about the videos, I hope you've seen the video from Justice Reed from yesterday. It went berserk on social media. I really am too old to accept that, but actually it works. The numbers are unbelievable. And we have unbelievable numbers in Croatia this year again, thanks to our great season, which we want to prolong. And a few words about that and everything else, what expects us in the future. I can ask Renata Deželin, Director of Brand Division, to join us on stage with the presentation. Renata, welcome, dobrodošli. Možete s ove strane, malo lakše imamo sve pripremljeno za penjanje. Ladies and gentlemen, we carry on with first presentation, and then we're going to greet some international guests as well. Dobro mi došli. Izvolite.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to the International Conference of Trends and Future of Tourism. I would like to welcome you in the name of Croatian National Tourist Board, as well as my director, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. In an era where travel has become an integral part of our lives, the significance of tourism cannot be overstated. Tourism has become a year-round 365-day experience. We are thrilled to be a part of the conference where distinguished speakers and experts from around the world share their insights and expertise on these topics, providing us with a roadmap to navigate to future tourism. Tourism is also about connecting with people, understanding diverse cultures, and preserving the beauty of our planet for generations to come. We are sure that this conference will be a platform for ideas, collaboration, and inspiration as we work toward the future of tourism and embrace the opportunities that lie ahead. I would like to express a gratitude to all the speakers, sponsors, organizers, and attendees for being a part of this exciting journey. Thank you for being here. And let me show you a video presentation of Croatian tourism potentials. Thank you.
You have to see this video.
Okay, so it is a video presentation where I read some parts of it. So, Croatia is a part of Euro and Schengen zone, but the most important facts to remember about Croatia are: Croatia is a perfectly safe country. The hosts are really hospitable. It has excellent food offers and a blend of rich flavors. It's a country with more than 1,000 islands. Many of the monuments are on the UNESCO World Heritage List, as well as 8 national parks. 10% of the country has the status of the protected area, which is the highest percentage of the protected area by a single country in Europe. The national parks you must visit are Plitvice Lakes, Paklenica, Kornati Islands, waterfalls of the river Krka. The best time to visit them would be spring or fall. There are also many UNESCO sites that you don't want to miss, some of them. Diocletian's Palace in Split, historic city of Trogir, and Dubrovnik. Croatia is 4th in the world when it comes to UNESCO list of intangible heritage. Some of it like lace-making tradition, gingerbread crafts, and Mediterranean diet. Croatia offers many exciting activities for adventure or adrenaline seekers. me, the Croatian region, starting from the Zagreb region. Zagreb is the capital, business, culture, entertainment center of the country. It's full of events year-round and famous for its Christmas market. The region surrounding Zagreb is called Central Croatia, home to many medieval castles like Veliki Tabor, Trakošćan, but also Krapina Museum. Slavonia is the northeastern region with its golden plains, authentic Croatian horse breed Lipicaner. The largest national parks are located in the Lika region, of course the Plitvice Lakes, and it's also the birthplace of Nikola Tesla. Istria region is famous for the best olive oils and the award-winning vines. Some of its landmarks are Rina in Pula, Brijuni National Park, and the world's smallest town, Hum. The most diverse region is Kvarner, where mountains rise directly from the sea, and with the town of Opatija, which has the longest tradition of tourism. The city of Rijeka, famous for the carnival, and it was the capital of culture. Zadar region, known for extraordinary beauty. Here you can enjoy ancient city of Zadar, hundreds of islands, spectacular canyons, and smallest cathedral in the town of Nin. Next stop is Dalmatia Šibenik region with the UNESCO World Heritage Site St. James Cathedral, Monastery Visovac, and of course the sailing paradise Kornati Islands. Central Dalmatia has a great influence on Croatian culture, also famous for one of the world's most famous festivals, Ultra, the big Zlatni Rat, Island of Vis, and Diocletian's Palace. We go to the most southern region, Dalmatia Dubrovnik, with the city of Dubrovnik, which is best explored, either to walk through it or to visit it by the surrounding walls. Island of Korčula, the home of Marco Polo, the first European to visit China. And even though the longest wall is in China, we have the second longest in stone. Croatians gave the world necktie, the pen, the parachute, and the fingerprint detection, but even nowadays the Croatians still contribute with the world's fastest electric car. Many celebrities choose Croatia for vacation. and they all have realized what Croatians have always known. It's a country that is full of great experiences, beauty, and enjoyment. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions or anything, I will be happy to answer. And please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renata, for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the day. If you have any questions, of course, you can ask Renata. She'll be with us further on. Now we carry on with the presentation, which have 15 minutes to do their job. The first brave guy who will join us from Spain will be now on the stage. Clap your hands for Mr. Carlos Endra Cruz, Chief Marketing and Comms Officer, Barabian Technologies. He will have his 15 minutos. Compadre, bienvenidos. Hola.
Hola.
¿Estás preparado? Yeah, when you're ready, I start the minutes, okay? Ready,
Perfect.
steady, vamos.
I'll take my space here, I think. Well, thank you for the introduction, Frano. And let me first thank the
De nada.
organizations, Ivana, and a special thanks for New Deal Europe, Tina and Robert, for inviting us to be here. Let me briefly introduce you what's Merian, what we do. Merian means Making Bright Analytics. We are a data company. A data intelligence company is specialized in travel and tourism. We provide big data analytics for the travel sector based in the analysis of contextual data. We analyze more than 30 global sources in order to help our clients, mainly destinations and travel and tourism companies, to make better decisions. Data like the traveler sentiment, the air connectivity, the accommodation, the prices, the mobility patterns, and even sustainability data. But I'm here today to convince you how important is having contextual data for making better decisions in tourism. And to do that, I'm bringing an example, a real use case about how, using this methodology, we can identify trends and opportunities for the southeastern Mediterranean and for Croatia itself during the low season. Let's first contextualize what I'm talking about. We all know this. The southeast Mediterranean region is highly seasonal. You don't need big data, you don't need intelligence to know this. But when it comes to compare to our context, this is more insightful. When analyzing the tourism activity during the whole year, this is for 23, we see how this region is more seasonal than the average in the Mediterranean, right? In the nearby Mediterranean. And Croatia is even more seasonal. We're talking about 9 percentage points higher in terms of the Southeast Mediterranean region, and 16 percentage points more seasonal than the average in the nearby Mediterranean. This can be read as a weakness, but I see this as an opportunity, right? We know now where we are and what's the size of the opportunity. But focusing on the forecast, how it looks like for the next months. This is forecasting the tourism activity for the next months, this low season, September, October to March 24, comparing to the same period last year, okay? And benchmarking the forecasting with other countries in the Mediterranean region, right? What we see here is how Croatia is improving in terms of deseasonalize, right? So improve and have more activity, tourism activity during the low season. Every single month, but October is going to have more activity, tourism activity during this low season. In average, we're talking about a 10% increase. That's our forecast for Croatia itself. And we can reach up to 24 plus activity in February 24. And comparing with the competitors, we see how Croatia is actually performing better than Italy and Turkey, and only below Greece in the region. So now we know the opportunity, and we know there is a positive trend in terms of having more activity during the low season. Let's analyze now what are the motivations to travel in low season, right? And again, I'm going to start contextualizing what's going on in a global scale, and then going down to what's going on in this region, right? According to our last study that we launched during this summer, the travel motivations globally are evolving from conventional motivations to more experiential motivations, right? You see in the graph how the experiential motivations are gaining share from the 2019 to the 23 clearly. In fact, 8 percentage points during that time, right? So much more experience, less conventional traveling, right? I will go in detail on what that means. And when we analyze these trends in the region, for Croatia, for Turkey, Greece, and Italy, we see how in the low season, this is about the motivations to travel to these countries during last year, during low season last year. 56% of the travelers to Croatia last year in low season had motivations related to experiences and less to conventional traveling, right? And actually is the best positioned for tackle this trend, this global trend. So context is going there, Croatia is well positioned, okay? But what we're talking about when talking about experiential traveling, right? Specifically, we understand experiential traveling activities like active tourism, natural tourism, wellness, gastronomy, all that are experiences that form part of the, let's say, experiential traveling. In the other hand, we got the more conventional motivations to travel, which are the family, the sunbathing, the shopping, nightlife, and even culture is one of the conventional motivations to travel, right? And what we see here, this is a benchmark between 2019 and 2023, and how these motivations globally are evolving. You see clearly how active, natural, wellness are improving clearly and gaining share in terms of the preferences of the travelers in front of cultural, sunbathing, and nightlife that are going down in general, okay? So knowing this, we can identify the opportunities and the strengths of Croatia in particular, right? Here we can see where are the strengths and where are the opportunities for this country, for this destination. You see in green, marked in green, the two main strengths of Croatia for the low season, right? You are leading in terms of interest for natural and active products. So you can take profit of this strength and try to consolidate this, right? That would be my advice. And in the other hand, we got a room of growth, an opportunity to grow in terms of the culture, arts and culture. You see how there is still some room, and especially for gastronomy, where Croatia is still far from the nearby Mediterranean competitors, and this is one of the most important motivations to travel in low season, right? We could see other tourism products as well, but we focus on the main ones for low season, okay? Great. So how we transform all this insightful information into concrete actions? What we did is cross-analyzing 3 different factors in order to identify what are the segments more interesting for Croatia during this low season in order to tackle it, to focus on them, and trying to get them here, right? And doing in 2 parts. First, to consolidate the opportunity, to consolidate the strengths, and in the other part to size the opportunities, right? The first part, I'm considering 3 factors: the interest share of the travelers, the facility of access by air to the destination. And third, but not less important, the patterns of spending, the spending patterns of the visitors, not only in Croatia, but also in all the competitor countries in the Mediterranean, again, during low season, right? What we see here, Germany, for example, is one of the most important targets for low season because it's important to consolidate the strength of interest for nature and active activities. Is the first international country in terms of air accessibility to the country and growing at 10%. And is one of the most important, is the second European market most important in terms of spending, average spend by visitor during low season in the nearby countries, right? Like this, we can see how the Dutch people, the Dutch market is also interesting to consolidate this trend in terms of nature and active product. Also Italy, it's very important. But when heading to the opportunity, which is I think even more insightful, we find out 3 different markets, right? First of all, the UK, the Brits, are the leading ones in terms of interest for culture and gastronomy, which were the opportunities for this region in low season, right? 51% of their interest is toward these products. They are the second most connected country or origin to Croatia during low season. I mean October to March 24, right? And the first European market in average spend per cardholder, per visitor during their stays, right? Same for France, really interested in culture and gastronomy, 4th country and growing in terms of connectivity, and the second in terms of spending in restaurants in the region, right? And I wanted to point out the US market, and yesterday Daniela was talking about this trend and was really insightful. This is an interesting market, but because even though they don't have direct connectivity to Croatia during low season, from October to April, it is actually interesting because they have a really high interest in culture and gastronomy. We know that more than 80% of the Americans traveling to the region in low season are doing at least one stopover. So they are keen to travel to this region, even having a connection flight, right? And especially because they are overall first in terms of spending. And they record plus 60% of average spending comparing to the rest of the international markets in the Mediterranean countries nearby, right? So this is actually actionable information. This is what I mean when I'm starting with big data and going through all analytics to get to something that you can really use, right? So I hope I managed to convince you that it's really necessary having contextual data, travel intelligence, and expert advisory in order to make better decisions. So thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to take your questions. I'll be around, and if not personally, virtually, you have my email here, and you can easily find me in LinkedIn. Thank you.
Well, thank you. 2 minutes prior to the end of the time. That's what we like. Thank you so much. If you have any other questions, please join Carlos. He will be here. Actually, great presentation. Sometimes in this part of the world, we are bad with numbers, but when we see somebody doing like that, we feel much more happy. I'm now going to call another presenter, Exploring Autumn to Spring Tourism Potential. I can greet Mr. Senior Product Contracting Manager, EMEA, G Adventures, all of that, and one business card, Denis Ilic. Hello, Denis, welcome. Joining us. Your 15 minutes starts when you say you're ready. Are you ready? Go.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome from G Adventures. Our world needs more view. So I'll be talking about exploring the potential of autumn to spring tourism in Croatia, or basically that means exploring tourism in winter. So I'll just recap on Carlos' presentation and what we've also heard yesterday in the presentation the whole day. The Pulse Check regional overview, it's really important to see that 95% of current leisure tourism arrivals are happening from May to September. August, of course, being the busiest month. What does that mean? That high season summer congestion provides a very poor experience for the travelers, especially crowded airports, roads. It's too busy just simply in August. Another Pulse Check is that the prices significantly exceed the official consumer price index, which currently stands at around 8%. However, what we are experiencing inside that inflation is basically 3 times that. We are seeing very high prices in July and August, with certain 3-star hotels being priced at 300 to 400 euros per room. And good news, what we've heard, the financial results are skyrocketing. The financial results are incredible. We still need to see what is happening with the passenger numbers till end of the year. We have another 2 months to go. So the building blocks, what do we need for the 365 tourism? What are the elements that we need? And first and the most important one is infrastructure. And the region is blessed with incredible infrastructure. We've got open-air museums wherever you look, with UNESCO protected sites. We've seen earlier from the Croatian National Tourist Board presentation. Infrastructure is amazing. So we've got all required elements to attract travelers outside of high season. So we don't need only sun and sea. We've got amazing open-air museums all around us. Top to bottom strategic approach. What do we mean with the top to bottom strategic approach? Is the local laws and legislations to support off-season travel. The government needs to consider whether low taxation model is implemented, subsidies to small and medium businesses, support out of the main season needs to be in educational aspect. We need to get more locals, local community, local education in hospitality is incredibly important for the travelers. Competitive and fair prices, that is what the customers are looking. Average Western European family needs to work the whole year round to be able to save to come to summer holidays to Croatia for 2 weeks. So that is the fact that we need to consider. Especially high season is looking highly overpriced. Innovative product development and creative customer proposition is we at G Adventures, we're all about community travel, and what we've seen earlier from Carlos' presentation, we need to combine many elements in one holiday proposition rather than to be kind of centric with only either active or spa. It needs to be a wide variety of interest to be able to attract the customer. Technology and storytelling, we've seen how the technology worked yesterday, and we'll see some results today. But using smart technology and positive storytelling is very important, positive storytelling. And then at the end, the meeting and exceeding customer expectations. That is our role in hospitality. We need to get customer to go back home to be talking about all the best experiences that they've had, and mouth-to-mouth marketing is probably the best. So what are the opportunities for the region? I don't know whether we've all seen a recent Croatian bike race. It's like Tour of Croatia, which is incredible. We've showcased the country with all different routes available. It's a natural biking destination. As we know, the whole Western Europe is the lifestyle in cycling. It's quite huge in Scandinavia, UK, and the opportunity for cycling tourism outside of the main season is important. For the region, we've seen yesterday the countryside around here. It's beautiful for cycling. Then the coastline, the islands, 1,000 islands, cycling on all these places. Just I'm not sure whether we've got capability in the DMC in the region to be able to support that style of holiday, because you need a fleet of high-quality bicycles, good support of the road, and I'm not sure whether we are geared towards that. But that's a huge opportunity for outside of the main season to be able to start thinking and developing global hiking destinations. So our customers, what we are finding, they want to have not only one style of holiday, they want to experience, they want to see places. So combination of cycling, hiking, and the region is blessed naturally with Biokol Mountain, Velebit, Julian Alps, Slovenia. It's probably the most amazing destination for hiking. So if you haven't been to Slovenia, please go and double check. Cultural immersion, this is really important. It's hugely important that we showcase our country, the region, people, storytelling, visiting local guest houses, local restaurants. That is hugely, hugely important. And this is like a big building block in the product. And for the customer importance, I would say the most important element. And then, of course, other special interest holidays that can attract good traffic, high-spending customer outside of the main season. Sport tourism, sailing. As we know, Croatia has got the largest sailing fleet, somebody told me in the world, but definitely in Europe it's number one. Majority of the sailing boats are basically parked in the marinas during off-season, so from October to March. So huge opportunity to be building sailing, other sport tourism, sailing, kayaking, paddling experiences with all the rivers. So one holiday proposition needs to have and contain all these elements. 10-star community tourism. Please check Planetera, our partner company that we support community tourism around the globe. We've got 100 projects, community tourism projects all over the globe, and with the aim to raise that to 300 over the next couple of years. So check Planetera, really important. And what we're saying, can we reprioritize away from just 5-star hotels to 10-star experiences? Well-being, can we elevate health tourism to another level? I'm saying well-being rather than medical tourism, what we have heard yesterday. So that's from me. Thank you very much. And I think we'll just play a very short video just to entice you and to see how you feel about that. Thank you.
Hey there. Welcome to the Adventures. And if you're wondering why you should travel with us, well, you've come to the right video. The biggest and best reason? Because we believe travel can be a force for good. Since our very first tour, 30 years ago, we've been committed to giving travelers an incredible experience, while leaving a positive impact on the places we visit. Basically what we're saying is, you can change the world just by having the time of your life. How do we do it? We're glad you asked. service providers to help support the local communities and the people that make the places we travel so special. We introduced the industry-first Ripple Score to show exactly how our tours change lives. On a scale of 1 to 100, this score shows the percentage of money we spend on behalf of the traveler on in-country expenses that goes to locally owned businesses. The higher the score, the more money that is staying in the local community. You can find a tour's Ripple Score on our website and in our brochures. On every tour, this helps connect travelers with local communities on a deeper level. It's kind of like becoming BFFs, but with the world. Our tours have small groups. With an average of 12 adventurers, you'll enjoy the camaraderie and comfort of a group without feeling like you're about to be swallowed up by a crowd. We even keep our boats small to keep connections flowing. You know what they say, the best things come in small sizes. That's what they say, right? Of course, we welcome solo travelers too. And 2/3 of our travelers traveling on their own are female. We don't charge any single supplements, and we offer the option of my own room. At G-Adventures, we don't have tour guides. We have chief experience officers. Because you having an incredible experience is their top priority. Since our CEOs are locally based, they're local experts. They know what to see, what to avoid, and give great tips on what to experience. Basically, they'd win a trivia category about your destinations. Plus, all CEOs are supported by our local operations teams 24/7, just in case. Think organized tours mean stuffy, uptight, or way too structured? Think again. Adventure is all about discovering the unknown. Our tours give you the freedom to follow your curiosity with a balance of well-planned itineraries, optional activities, free time, and your moments, which are immersive on-tour experiences that bring travelers closer to our world. For the flexibility to choose a trip that feels truly your own, because it's your adventure. We're just along for the ride. With us, you see travel working as a force for good firsthand. G for Good stands for all the social, environmental, and ethical good we create as a business. All of our tours are built on meaningful relationships with local communities, directly benefiting the people and places we visit. But it doesn't stop there. The communities we impact extend far beyond these destinations. It starts with our people and our vision of travel as a force for good, and ripples out to our local communities, our trusted suppliers, brand and travel agent partners, our industry peers, and of course, our travelers, like you. It's a ripple effect. We call this movement to create change community tourism. And we do it through our commitment to improving the sustainability of our own operations and our focus on leaving only positive impact on the places we visit. From animal welfare to child welfare to reducing our plastic usage, our global connection officers, the people who answer the phone when you call us, and travel agent partners can give you all the details on our extensive policies. Our travelers' health and safety has always been our highest priority. So wherever you go with us, the first thing you can pack is confidence, then peace of mind, and then your passport. Our comprehensive policies include Book with Confidence policy. Cancel and rebook your tour with no change fees closer to the time of departure. Travel with Confidence policy, featuring new health and safety procedures on all of our tours. We have also contributed to and have implemented the Adventure Travel Trade Association's Adventure Travel COVID-19 Health and Safety Guidelines. Lifetime deposits. If you cancel or delay your trip for any reason, your deposit remains valid until you're ready to go. Yep, for life. Wherever you go, we have measures in place to help keep you safe, from the moment you book to the moment you reluctantly head home. So there you have it. You've officially heard some of the best reasons we think you'll love traveling with us. We can't wait for you to help us change the world.
Nice one. Thank you, Danis, for joining us. I like this lifetime. It always sounds better because in my job you can always cancel and everybody wants just to take money and never to return it. So I'll be calling you later on. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special panel for me because I'm a journalist, and I know I'll be enjoying this one like never before, because usually panels are very boring, and very long and boring. Why? Because people in front of you really are eager to tell you something which they pass through their lives to improve something, and you're just thinking about when is the coffee break, when is the lunch break, when we have a cocktail. But this one is good because we have a short break after this one, and I know the guy who does the panel better than me with great energy, and he will be introducing lovely ladies who are journalists and who will speak about future of tourism and another point of view. Welcome this lovely gentleman, perfectly prepared for you. He's Tine Mørn, he's Slovenian, and he's damn good Slovenian doing his job. So welcome, Tine, and again, cheers.
Thank you for giving me all the praise about energy. So I'll have to speed up the energy and everything. But yes, I'm really delighted that I can hold this panel today, especially because I think you're gonna hear from three amazing women who work in a travel press, and this is a travel trade event. This is all about how we do the trade and trends and this and that, and big companies and big directors, and we all like to talk business, but we sometimes forget to ask like who is actually coming to our tourist destinations, to our lovely hotels, to everything beautiful that we have to offer. And I think some of the best views come from the travel journalists who can laugh, who can scrutinize, who can see things that every kind of like a picky or not picky visitor to your place will see. So that's why I'm super happy to introduce today Mary Novakovic, Anja Mutic, and Jascha Wallin here as my three guests. So let me invite you all to the stage, and we will shortly begin. And while you're approaching the stage, let me just read some facts about my three wonderful guests today. First one, Mary Novakovic. We know each other for probably 10 years already, even more. I think you even mentioned me in your latest book, didn't you? Yeah. So I'm in eternity now. Thank you. So Mary's been one of the most known and awarded travel journalists in the UK. Wrote from the spectre of the broadsheets like Guardian, who, for example, have 150 million unique monthly visitors, or things like New York Times, BBC Travel, and list goes on and on. You are regularly contributing from this region. Your family comes from the Croatia. But you share love to all of the countries of this region. I know how much love you share from Slovenia, but everywhere down there. And I think you've been to more Croatian places than most of us here. And yeah, your book is shortlisted for the 2023 Edward Stanford Travel Book Awards this year. So congratulations for this. And you will all find a connection with the title of the book. It's called My Family and Other Enemies. So every family can be an enemy as well. So I can already relate to that. Anja, you are from Croatia, actually, but when I was looking for like somebody who can be in my panel, your name came through my good friend from New York, from one of the most known PR agencies in New York, and he said, "Don't look any further. You have some of the best journalists that write for the U.S. titles based in Croatia." So. Anja, you live and you work from Zagreb, but you contributed to again, New York Times, Washington Post, Condé Nast Travel, BBC Travel, Wall Street Journal, and I think you are also working on a Lonely Planet projects. And beside this, Anja has her own storytelling studio, a creative agency based in Zagreb, and I think we have a lot to talk. The last but not least, Jascha, with a beautiful, again, Slavic name, so we all have kind of a connection here. But you are native from California, from San Francisco. You lived in New York and now in Berlin. Again, worked as a PR and as a travel writer and as a writer for all huge names like H&M, Zalando, Apple, and in travel industry again, Guardian, Monocle, Photos, and the list goes on and on. And Jascha is specialized more in loving and scrutinizing the hotels, I think, in the travel industry. So this is my panel, and just one housekeeping rules. This is not going to be I ask question, they answer, like I have a list here, but it's more just for my notes. This is like 3 friends or 4 friends meeting for a coffee and debating, and we share some love, but we also share some scrutinize to things that happening in the travel industry. So I hope you're going to enjoy. Thank you. Okay, ladies, I think I have to have a sip of water, but while I do this, why don't I give you all word and just maybe I presented some facts about you, but please tell me more how the travel industry started for you, and travel industry and this region in Croatia. Let's start with this. Maybe start with Anja this time, because you are from here, so let's hear your story about travel. How did you?
Right. Well, what's interesting, I guess, is that I started my travel writing career abroad. I lived in New York for about 18 years. So having returned now 10 years ago, I think this outsider-insider perspective for me has been really useful to see Croatia with fresh eyes, and then yet to know it so intimately, and to see its weaknesses, to see its blind spots, and then to try to bring a fresh perspective and see it with the eyes of somebody who's coming for the first time. And I think that's been an interesting process for me in writing about Croatia and presenting it to the world, I guess.
So going on the other part of the globe to kind of have a perspective on Croatia.
Yeah.
And Jascha, you made your way completely opposite. You are coming closer and closer and closer, I guess.
Yeah, I keep moving east, I guess. So my background, I guess how I originally came into travel was my grandparents took us on trips every year, and we stayed in great hotels, for better or for worse, because that kind of ruined me for wanting to be in hotels all the time. And so that's kind of how I made my way into the travel space as a writer, primarily writing about hotels, as the European editor of a hotel website called A Hotel Life. And I work a lot in the luxury space, actually. So right now I'm working on a project with Amex, doing a travel magazine called Departures, and we work with a lot of luxury clients. And then also, just from my field, working with a lot of, I guess, creative class people, so kind of a lot in the design space and arts and culture. And yeah, so I'm originally from California, moved to New York, spent a decade there, and now have been in Berlin 11 years, which is wild.
And Mary?
Well, I've been a journalist for, I have to say, nearly 40 years now, very, very long time. And I got into travel after being in news, and that was because I was working a lot for The Independent and The Independent on Sunday. And the travel editor at the time, fortunately he's no longer with us, we always talked about Southern Eastern Europe, and he absolutely loved all the countries in the former Yugoslavia, and he knew my family background. He said, "Why don't you write for me?" And I said, "Well, why not?" And I did, and that was 1999 when I did my first travel article, and it hasn't stopped since then. And I came late to writing about Croatia in a way, because I was in France and Italy for many, many years, and but the Croatia writing sort of started small, and it just kept on growing and growing and growing. And I have actually been to, I think, practically every region in this country. And every time I come, there's always something new, and there's always something I fall in love with. And there's always a longer list of, I have to come back. And my list of having to come back to the places is just, I have to spend the next, 6 months maybe, that might just barely scratch the surface.
So when you guys write, you get a commission to write, obviously you take a responsibility, a huge one. One is towards your profession as a journalist to bring the reality, the real story of what's happening. But obviously in travel, this is slightly different, because we don't go in Guardian Travel and just write how horrible something was. You probably try to tame it down. I guess this is more, in travel is more like this. But then, of course, you have your responsibility to travel editor, of course, to the readers. Like, readers are the main thing, the main people who pay you. But then there is a responsibility for the place you visit, and then you have this emotional attachment you get there, and you experience it. So how do one who knows that, like, somebody's opinion is going to be read by so many people, and if you can make a decisive moment that, I don't know, Korčula will now become this spot for the Brits or not, because you can make you can influence this. So how do you approach that moment? Because that's a huge, maybe opportunity, but also burden for somebody. So I don't know, Anya, what's your?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that for me that process has been recently about trying to divert in my writing and in my pitching, because what happens a lot is that people think that we get commissioned stories all the time. Well, we actually have to pitch stories a lot as well. So it's about choosing what we pitch, right? Which destinations we want to offer, we want to present to the world. So for me, the process has been trying to divert some of the tourism from the overburdened places and saying, well, we have so much else in Croatia, we have so much going on that people don't know about. So a couple of years ago, one of the publications I write for in the US, Safar, was looking for best places to go in, I don't know, 2023. And I was like, Gorski Kotar, nobody writes about it, it's amazing. I pitched that and it ran. And I think our responsibility is to recognize opportunities for places that get often overlooked, and to actually present those places to our editors and say, well, this is really worth writing about.
Do you also see it like what effect will this be? Like if I put it in like in 2 pages in Lonely Planet about village in Gorski Kotar, this can change completely the scene.
Absolutely, and I do have an example of that. Many moons ago, one of the first editions of Lonely Planet Croatia, I included a nature park in Istria, Kamenjak, in the book, which wasn't there. It's a beautiful place. And a few years later, and nobody really, few people went, but it was very kind of undiscovered. And a few years later, I went back with a group of journalists, and I met the director of the park. And when I went back, suddenly the place was overrun. There were so many people. You couldn't get a seat in this little beach bar that I included.
And how did it make you feel? Like, how did you feel?
I know, and then the director said, well, this all started happening. He didn't know I wrote The Lonely Planet. He said, this all started happening after when it was included, and I felt single-handedly responsible for. It was great in a way for the destination. Of course, people are coming, but it was also a sense of, why did I include it? So there is this. I have this real sense of responsibility about what I'm actually going to.
So what about you, Mary and Jascha? Do you agree?
I'm in exactly the same situation, and the thing that I find. Editors come to me because I'm the Croatia expert I write a lot for the Times and the Telegraph and the Guardian and the Independent and the Evening Standard. They come to me and say, what can you do a top 10 things to do in Croatia for this year? What's new this year? What's happening this year? And that happens all the time. And like Anya, I then go to editors and say, there's this island that people don't really know about, or there's this new thing that people don't really know about. I try to balance the two. And a case of diverting people from the more popular spots. In fact, I had a piece published yesterday in CNN, which was the third of a series along the whole entire Adriatic coast. But ones that aren't the obvious ones to go to. So if you're going to go to Hvar, don't go to Hvar town and get swallowed up in the complete wave of tourists going. Go to, even Stari Grad is quieter. And it's not been overwhelming Stari Grad because there's a lot of other places to go around. But it's just looking beyond the obvious places. If you're going to go to Korčula, go to Lumbarda, which is a beautiful fishing village and it's got some of the best wine in Croatia. And it's just educating people and informing them and showing that there are other really wonderful places to go. Watching that film, the Croatia Tourist Board film, and I've been to all those places, and each time I just go, oh God, it's so gorgeous. But they're not the obvious places that people know about. But yes, I do feel, I did, the Guardian asked me to come up with a couple of favourite restaurants of mine in Croatia. One of them is one in Bled, where we'd had a fantastic meal, and the owner sent me a message saying, it's been all over the Croatian press. I can't believe this. And she's so thrilled to have that recognition, and because they're not terribly unknown, but God,
it's funny. Sometimes locally they only acknowledge the power when it gets pressed in a local press, not in like a big international press. Yeah. And Jascha, how do you see this from? You're probably more from the hotel perspective, but I think same thing.
Yeah, I think what people are really interested in is finding the thing that not everyone is going to. So it is about kind of showcasing these secret spots or secret places that, you know, it's very hard to find a secret spot these days, but people, especially the readers that I work with, have seen a lot and done a lot, and so they want kind of this insider's view on what they should do that maybe hasn't been done before. And so it's kind of showcasing that and showing, especially for a first-time visitor to a place, they'll want to do, you know, the top hits, but they'll really want to do more of the local stuff and to find something maybe on Instagram that someone's talking about that you wouldn't find in a guidebook necessarily, but it comes from a very credible source. And it's this kind of discovery. It's like a treasure hunt. So people are really wanting that more than, you know, going to the popular landmarks. They want to find an undiscovered restaurant that's still kind of vetted by the right people. They want to find like the amazing boutique hotel that's, you know, still a little bit undercover, but has all the amenities that they're looking for. And I think that I wouldn't write about and I wouldn't commission a piece that hasn't been experienced by whomever is writing about it. And I think for me, that's kind of how I approach something, is if I've experienced it myself and then I'm like, that was amazing and quite unexpected, so that's something that I'm going to either pitch or try and push a story out about that. So yeah, it is usually more of this unexpected secret discovery.
So we learned how much change it can make and everything. So how do you prepare for like writing? Because people expect you to bring new trends all the time. People expect you to bring them like dream destination, but make them either affordable or people read your articles because they might learn something new and nobody else goes. So how do you research? How do you prepare? Are you like, I used to work on the other side for tourism boards, and I would pitch to journalists and use a PR agency, and of course we tried to pitch what we were supposed to. So like these hotels, this region, and you must get this all the time. So how do you select and how do you kind of maintain selection of what's going to be next? Because you can't write about Dubrovnik 700 times, can you? So
I have.
Okay, okay, you can, but about everybody else.
Research and more research. I mean, we do the amount of every single site that has got something about a destination or a restaurant or the hotel scene, and just doing one comparison after another. Is this place good value for money? Is it charging silly money? Is it offering mediocre fare? Is it something that's quite exceptional and is fantastic value for money? We all know that Croatia has become more expensive in the past year.
And it's been, I've heard a lot of negativity about it. So how do you, for example, excellent topic you just opened.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you picture now Croatia being presented as not anymore like this good value for money, but now we rise the prices, we are higher level, we compare to others, so where are we now, you know? So how does a journalist approach this?
Very, very carefully.
You can jump in whenever.
That's a really tricky one, I think, because there's such a gap between the 5-star and the community tourism that now we were hearing about. There isn't much of that community tourism in Croatia. We have a lot of apartments, you know, cheap apartments that people can grab for pennies, but then you have this gap, and I think finding the middle space and trying to tell stories about the middle space is tricky, because it almost feels like we need to create, there needs to be a new offering there in that space in between, because I don't think this is sustainable to have such, you know, the two extremes, right? So I think that's where we have the storytelling coming in.
Okay.
You know, while I think there are the middle spaces, it's just about trying to create stories about them, identifying them very actively, looking for those kind of places where you can have more local experiences, you know, on a budget. And then using a lot of storytelling around it, and so I think, but it is the price thing is, I think, has become a major issue.
But that was actually news to me that I found out last night, because I still think the perception is that Croatia is quite a good place to travel to with value for your money. It's still affordable, and actually quite a lot of people I know take road trips from Berlin to Croatia for this kind of experience, not just going to the destination of Croatia because it's beautiful and you have beaches and gastronomy, but for the experience of kind of having a more affordable type travel journey. So driving and going through Italy and then eventually ending up here, because the perception is, you know, you're going to get here and you're probably not going to spend a ton of money. That's still the perception that I and my
even after this year, even after the summer?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I actually agree with this, because we were never judged like Tuscany resort or Provence resort for being overpriced and expensive and paying €5 for a coffee. But I also agree that this means that we tapped in completely new market and new customers and people who kind of want to afford this and do afford this, but they also bring maybe different expectations. I mean, am I right?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, I had an interesting summer this year. We had a 3.5-week road trip. We drove from London through Germany and northern Italy, and then spent a week in Lica, which is where my parents come from, and then spent a week in Istria, and then came back through Italy and then into the French Alps, which was the most expensive part of the trip, I have to say. France prices have gone up, and then Burgundy and then home again. And it was fascinating to do a comparison of all the prices, from tolls to petrol to parking to all of that. Croatian petrol, cheapest, very good to know. Tolls, not that expensive. And accommodation and prices in Lica, very, very, very cheap still, because Lica is the least populated region, and it's, apart from Plitvice lakes, everything else is still, that's another thing we can talk about in a bit, about untouched areas that have a lot of potential, especially with active tourism. And then you notice the difference when you go to Istria, and you think, oh, hello, okay, it's a bit more expensive. Some places, again, good value for money. Other places, they are taking advantage, they're making use of the fact that they have clients, they have guests who have cash to splash, and they don't mind spending, you know, I'd rather spend €7 on an Aperol Spritz rather than €12 on an Aperol Spritz, which is still cheaper than you pay in London for a lot of things, but you know, but it's
changing in a way.
It is. Yeah.
But do you think, I mean, a couple of years ago I was in a conference and we were debating of developing all these new ways of travel, and Airbnb started to come and everything, and there was a term that stuck in my head, which somebody says that tourism can actually kill tourism. So you can have a developed center where all you see is tourists, and the tourists come and they meet each other, and they don't want to meet each other, they want to meet the locals. So how do you approach this topic or how do you see this topic from travel journalism, or from your more critical view of this development? Because we all act like companies, we are businesses, we want more, and then we have a situation when we probably affected the main core thing that we have, our destination. So how do you see this from the perspective of travel writers? Maybe Asha, start with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think that the kind of topics that we focus on are things that maybe aren't your classical touristic spaces. So for instance, right now we're doing a lot of stories around wellness, which is not like your classic wellness spa. It's really these experiential wellness experiences where you're doing things like yoga retreats. So you're going to places that maybe aren't necessarily so touristy. It's like a beautiful hotel or space in the mountains or by a beach, or, you know, where you're not really going to encounter a lot of tourists. There's a lot of solo travelers doing that because they don't want to necessarily take a trip on their own to a touristy destination or a city. They want to have more of an experience for themselves and go somewhere that they're not going to bump into a bunch of people. So doing storytelling around stuff like that. People are also really into kind of more extreme wellness type things like ice baths and silent meditation retreats, which I did one this year and it was awful, but people seem to love them. So, you know, there's a lot of people that are more willing to do things like that that are still considered traveling and going on a trip and doing all this stuff, but it's not your typical, I'm going to this touristic location. So we cover a lot of things like that, yeah, it's not your typical go to, you know, the capital city or wherever and have this kind of touristic experience.
So do you think it's also your responsibility to divert a bit the trends?
Well, I don't know if it's diverting, but it's really seeing what people are interested in, and it's where the trends are going. And I mean, of course, there's still tons of people that want to have that quintessential travel experience, especially the first-time travelers that go to a place, but people are just traveling for different reasons now. Not everyone, of course, but there's, you know, tons of solo female travelers, which we saw in the video, that want to, maybe they're not going to do a week-long trekking around Croatia, but they'll do a week at a yoga retreat somewhere. So
yeah, there is something that I think in Carlos's presentation we've seen that active and nature are really going up, and people are looking for those experiences. And so I think there's and I don't know how many of you have heard of Highlander. It's basically a hiking event that was started in 2017 by 3 Croatian guys. And it now expanded, and they do about 200 events in 20 countries around the world. It started on Velebit with a simple 3-day hike. And now they do like up to 12 days, right? So, and this is, for example, a story I keep meaning to pitch because I think it's fascinating. And so things like that, you know, people getting together, signing up for a hike through Velebit for 3 days or 12 days if they're more adventurous. I mean, I think that generally the wilderness areas of Croatia
and that's completely new for Croatia. I mean, the developing a product on Velebit, hiking product. This is not like our imagination of Croatia.
Exactly. Or another project, Rewilding Velebit. I mean, they're doing amazing. They just built a couple of bear hides. And you can go spend the night in the woods in Velebit in an almost virgin forest and watch wildlife. I think there are so many of these untold stories and opportunities, really, also for operators to introduce these type of trips around the wilderness and nature.
And it's an interesting topic you open because there's a nature, but there's also community. So I think tourism is becoming more as an adventure of going some places and have experiences, the experiential part, and meeting the communities and being part of that community. Is this something that you think it's easier to pitch when you write, or is this necessary to pitch now? Do you have responsible kind of attitude toward this, or is this just a trend that we are now all writing about and maybe we will go away? The community in the center of writing.
I think it's more important than anything than ever. To talk about the community and combining different things with active.
Mary, we can't hear you. Can you do it a little bit?
I'll speak up. Is that better? Yes.
Put your mic maybe closer.
Yes. I did a trip last year which sort of encapsulated so many brilliant things about Croatia and the direction people should be going in, and also some of the less good sides of Croatia. I did a sailing trip on one of these small cruises, which is about 18 cabins maximum, which was like the biggest boat I want to go on, not being a big fan of cruises. But it was hiking. So everywhere that you docked, rather than just stroll around the town, you did a proper hike. And that was absolutely brilliant. So we did not just islands, we did Biokovo as well, and we hiked up to Blaca Monastery and Banac and hiking top of Vis and all of these things. And also visiting a local winery in Šolta, which I'd been to before, and I'd said to the organisers, maybe we should include that.
No, don't. It's my favourite island, so I don't want more tourists there.
Well, unfortunately, I mentioned them in my CNN piece, so they won't get inundated. But they're very, very nice people. But again, it's that the local thing, having, and that's on a talking about how to scale things up, how to make it a viable prospect for tour operators, travel companies, and finding these things that you can then incorporate in a larger itinerary without overrunning it and still keeping it to a select number of people. That same cruise, that same itinerary that I was taking half the time, because nautical tourism has become so popular in Croatia, we were docked 5 abreast. So you'd have to go through, if you were the last one to dock, you had to go through 4 other boats to get to your own. And when you're in the middle of one and you have a bunch of, you're in one of the party boats, which have become endemic around Croatia at the moment, and you've got 5 o'clock in the morning, very, very drunk Australians coming and waking up everybody because they've been out partying all night.
So
that encapsulates so much about what the tourism in Croatia is like at the moment.
So that's sort of a thing that you think can be worked on, or is this inevitable that like there will always be a provider that will catch those sort of travelers, or how do you? Because every beautiful resort area in the world I've been, there's always some kind of this party places where people would go and pay less and enjoy it, and of course it changes.
Amsterdam, they recently changed. They didn't want all the stag parties coming to Amsterdam all the time, and that's Hvar town. Every time I've gone into that area, there's always full of stag parties, because that's become like Barcelona, but that's only one tiny bit of the country that everyone seems to be doing that particular thing.
Jascha mentioned before single travelers, and I think party boats in a lot of those places is when they collect a lot of single travelers going around. So obviously there are 2 perspectives of this. Like what you mentioned before is something completely different. Yeah. And I really like this topic, because in many panels, in many conferences I've been, this is as a trend, and this growing and growing and growing, and has an amazing purchasing power and everything. So maybe for the businesses present here, is this like a single person traveler, and it's usually we're talking about women, is this an important trend, do you think, that like Croatia can benefit from? Jascha, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an important trend, and I think people are more and more, solo travelers will use maybe their week vacation to do a trip for themselves that they've been maybe wanting to do for a long time and haven't really given themselves that time. And I think after COVID, we've seen people are prioritizing their mental and physical health much more, and they're saying, okay, I'm not gonna keep putting this thing off. I'm going to go do this trip that I've always been thinking about. And if I can't get, one of my best friends to go, I'm just gonna go and do it because it's organized for me. There's an itinerary. It's not necessarily something that I have to plan out. I can just say I'm gonna do this retreat here. I see a lot of yoga retreats. I keep coming back to that because that's really what this kind of single female demographic is quite interested in right now. And people will set up, do a pop-up for a week in different countries around Europe, primarily temperate climates, so you can be outside and inside. But I do think that that's like a very untapped potential for Croatia, because people are willing to travel. They're saying people don't want to do this in their backyard. So if I live in Berlin, I don't want to do a yoga retreat for a week, down the street. I want to go to.
I've been in Berlin. They are doing this in Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. But they want to go to a beautiful location and get away from it all, and kind of really be in nature or be by the beach
and have an instant sense of community, which I think is really important as well. In a sense, I think maybe one thing is, I don't know, the Faroe Islands campaign, I don't know if anybody remembers, where they closed for maintenance, where they basically do once a year, a couple of times a year. They close all the tourism sites, and they invite people to help fix the trails, and something like that, I think, for Croatia would be amazing. Volunteerism, where you're actually giving back, but you're doing something fun, like hiking. So imagine doing just having a day trip, adding it on to one of the tours, where people go on a short section of a trail in Paklenica or something, just helping paint the signs along the trail. So I think these kind of ideas where you have a sense of doing something, giving something back, and it's a community effort. And I think there are just so many of these things that can be done that are untapped potential.
Anya, going back to you, you sort of went the same way as I did. So you moved from here, you went to New York, I went to London, and obviously I'm sure you went through all this defending mode of how great our part of the world is, and then fighting with the perceptions, like perceptions that previous times brought to the area, perceptions that the 90s brought to the area. So I'm sure there's always a question about safety still today. We all hear about this, and if we are starting to talk about trends like single travelers and retreats, I think safety is very high there. And because this is not just a Croatian conference, it's a regional, so I'm going to now open it to the whole region. So how is the perception of Croatia / how is the perception of the region? Honest answer. What do you think, and how do you? What do you do as a travel writer to work with this? Start with you, Anya.
Yeah, I think for many years, up until maybe about 10 years ago, I remember almost every article about Croatia mentioned the war. And it was a real issue to actually try to convince the editors that, well, we don't need to necessarily talk about the war anymore. So at one point, that stopped. And now I think the perception, definitely, I think safety is high on the list of appealing factors about Croatia. But generally, I think that for me, the sense is there's still a bit of a sense of novelty in terms of, I want to go to Croatia. I've heard that Croatia is amazing. There's a sense of discovery. People definitely want to come for that, but also there's a bucket list that I think is another issue. That there is no people just don't know about places beyond the Dubrovnik, Split, Hvar, the regular. So anyway, it's about, I think, dissipating the, moving away from the bucket list and then trying to tell people there's a lot more beyond.
What about if you say to it, let's add Bosnia or Montenegro or even like Albania? What happens then?
Well, I think that's still, I think there's a sense of the exotic, connected to heading beyond Croatia, which is great for a certain type of traveler.
New angle too, right? Yeah.
Exactly, but I think that it's for a certain type of traveler. And I think it's always about targeting anyway, when you in your marketing efforts and in your storytelling, you are talking to a particular type of person. So I think that adventure, the sense of adventure, traveling beyond the beaten path, so heading down south, maybe crossing into Montenegro, going even further down, I think that's great, but it's like for a particular segment, right? Right.
Yeah,
what's your perspective?
I think that people are seeing Montenegro as the next step beyond Croatia. I've been to Croatia, now I want to take it one step further. I think Albania and Bosnia are not considered somewhere that people who aren't adventurous would go right now. But I think at least Croatia has gone, I think it's considered quite a safe place for people to travel. Like, I didn't even think twice about it. When I talk about it and when people I know that travel here, it's not even a topic. So I think people are going to Croatia and Slovenia a lot more, and now the more adventurous ones would add Montenegro to that list as well.
Mary?
I always find that that Croatia, the perception is safety. I mean, it's safe, especially for women travelling. I've never heard of anyone having any problems. As far as the airbase that's in Leek.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, there's an airbase in right near the Bosnian border that was big during Tito's time, and people, fans of dark tourism, have been going there, and there are still signs saying landmines, and people still ignore the signs, and get blown up. That's one tiny thing, but people actually do that because they want to find that danger, because it's a bit, I don't know, unusual. And then, but other people's perceptions, Bosnia, for example, Sarajevo. They've restarted London direct flights now. And I mentioned Sarajevo to so many other people, and they go, oh, I'd love to go there because it's a fascinating city.
Yeah.
And then other parts of Bosnia are becoming much more popular for whitewater rafting, kayaking, canoeing. Again, you've got this enormous mountainous country where tour operators are moving into that, and they're combining Bosnia with Croatia and with Montenegro, because again, Montenegro, all the mountains, the coast, very, very busy. And Montenegro coast is, you're getting the high-end luxury places moving,
And it's in a way your guys' job now to add these places to the safe list and to the want-to-go list, because it starts with a nice article somewhere and a book about it, and then people start, oh yeah, I can go now. Like, I can tell you from our perspective, and I travel a lot, and I start to read about Algeria now, and I said, yeah, I want to go to Algeria now. Like, I never thought about it. I always thought it's like a close country, but now it sounds like I need to go, So it started with a travel article. So from this perspective, like, if you would now put yourself in a shoes working for like a big hotel group here, or destination, or even a DMC, or National Tourism Board, what would you suggest to them how to put themselves on a map? Like how to work with the customers, with the readers, with travel writers and then readers. What's your view? Where do they do wrong? What do they do right from your experience? And maybe it starts with Anya again.
Well, I keep coming back to storytelling because even though it's used so much and it's become almost a cliche, I think it's so important, and it goes, when I say storytelling, I mean anything from your website, the copy on your website, to if you're a hotel, let's say, to the messages that you give out through your staff, as well as a little booklet that you may have in a room about some, I don't know, the places where you get your food from, small food producers, stories, basically adding stories, adding a human face to travel. I mean,
storytelling is about details, am I right? Like every details has to be...
Well, details, and also connecting the place with making the connection and adding a bit of emotion and humanity, because travel, it is about
pictures with extra people in it.
Exactly. So if you don't have that, and I think that's something that often is missed in the travel industry, and the way travel and tourism are portrayed is the kind of the basis, and it's a human shared experience, emotion, and this is something that sticks, and that can be done through really good storytelling on so many different levels. So I think that's an opportunity. That's a space for improvement.
Okay. So you would go and say, invest in storytelling, invest in
absolutely.
emotions.
And it's so, I think that I see so often, there are no budgets for that often. And I think it's really a missed opportunity, because I think this is something that actually ultimately sells the product as well.
And it's so much cheaper than advertising or anything
right,
like this.
Right.
Yeah. Yasha, what do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe have a great PR company and do some storytelling. I think that the example of maybe Tbilisi, Georgia, is interesting because it was never on anyone's radar until a very famous fashion designer got quite big about 5-10 years ago. And then there's this amazing hotel chain there. I forget the name of the chain, but they do rooms hotels. And they got a lot of PR about how beautiful their hotels are, which they are. And so you had kind of two hooks there for a lot of people in the creative industry to see this as a place that seems quite interesting for arts and culture. And now so many people I know have gone to Tbilisi that had never thought about it before. So it was just a matter of kind of two storytelling angles that became, okay, that's a destination for arts and culture.
And then it started the wave of people going there. Yeah, interesting. And what were you? I'm sure you've been asked by hotels and restaurants when you went around Croatia anywhere, and partners what to say, what to do. So what's your opinion?
Yes, again, Anya, is having a story behind a business, either a hotel or a tour company or even a local guides and or restaurants or vineyards and farm hotels and all. In fact, that makes my job easier because people like to hear about these things. And again, if you try to scale them up, it's finding a hotel like the Hotel Lira, which you told me about back in 2019, which I ended up doing a story on because the story behind it was fascinating. And because of the size of the hotel, you could then use that, you could scale that up to put that on different itineraries.
Yeah.
And including that on different itineraries. So many times I see the same places, the same towns, the same hotels, and the same itineraries, and people use them again and again because they work. But there are times when you might want to find, maybe expand the pool of hotels and
ideas.
And accommodation providers and see how they can be used. I know there's hit and miss and there's trial and error, and it gets expensive to do that. And I know people find that they can't afford to take the risk. But there are times when all you need is for a hotel to decide to sell, or the owner dies, or the family moves away, and you have to start again.
Because so many times I'm disappointed in our industry, because I see we sometimes we just approach it as, I don't know, we are producing cement or asphalt, and we're just like all flat in how we do it. It's like full on business. There's no emotion. There's no, like, we are selling the most beautiful thing, like people's holidays, like when they should have fun and they should show all the emotions in the world. And you see businesses approaching it as it's just a business, so which is complete miss, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's about going back to the drawing board of travel and why it started, and that sense of discovery, and trying to remember that we are all looking for the same thing when we travel. I think, which is well, of course, many different things many different ways, but it's about connecting to the people. It's about walking away with a sense of discovery. It's about, of course, sure, we're looking for relaxation, beach, sun, fun, hiking, all that, but we want to walk away with elevated because we've seen something different and something else. And I think that that is something we need to keep reminding ourselves of all the time, I think.
Any questions from the audience? You have opportunity to ask the journalists who write about this area in the most famous titles around the world. So please, if any question, Robert, shout.
It's just an observation based. So I'm going to. Thank you. It's an observation based on what you said right at the beginning, particularly you, Anya, about pitching and getting commissions. And I'm thinking about the recent news about Rupert Murdoch standing down from his media empire, and a spotlight was thrown then on the printed media. And it's very clear from the reports there that the printed media is in decline. How do you see the future of travel journalism? In that perspective, how do you see your roles developing, say, over the next 5 to 10 years if printed media continues to decline in the way it has? That's not necessarily for you, Anya, it's for whoever wants to answer.
Right. Well, I think that's a tricky one. I think we've already seen it changing. I think travel media has been so, in the last few years, driven by advertising in so many ways that to get a pitch through is not easy these days. Of course, we get contacted a lot because we are destination experts about stories from Croatia. But if you want to tell a story that, it's your fresh and original story and want to push it through, there are so many funnels, there are so many advertising-driven, I think, labyrinths that has to go through, that it becomes difficult. And I think that doesn't necessarily answer your questions about printed versus, digital media, but I think it's a tricky one. I mean, I feel like this is a conversation, like a 2-hour coffee conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah,
well,
sure.
Yes, I think that's what you can say.
Oh, well, I'm definitely worried about my job, but no. I think that people are still going to trusted sources, but I also think that the shift has been, especially for the younger generation, people are getting a lot of travel inspiration from social media. So that's been a trend that's been happening anyway over the last 10 years, and I think that's something that publications have to contend with anyway. And I do think that people still default to the trusted print and digital publications, but I think more and more people are getting really their ideas of where to travel and how to travel from TikTok and Instagram, depending on what demographic we're talking about. So
Yeah, but then also the classic broaches, classic newspapers are now changing the forum, and you read New York Times as a story on Instagram.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm very worried about the demise of print media as well, because all of most of the publications I write for have got both print and digital versions, and more of them. I mean, I spend a lot of my salary having to subscribe to the publications I write for, because it's the only way I can read them. I don't get free copies.
I can secure your audience that even though I present them how they write for like these huge names and everything, there's only few, if any, in the industry they work in, they can actually survive from writing, and there are tens and tens and tens, or maybe hundreds, great travel writers who make no money, and only few can make some money, which they wait for ages to get paid. So that's why there's a lot of PR going on, and agencies and everything.
And also a lot of the publications, both print and online, and usually the same ones, they're relying much more on paid advertorials to run with the editorials, and more native content. And I write a lot of commercial stuff as well as editorial stuff, and because I know the subject matter inside out, and they want me to do that as well, which I love doing. It also keeps me in employment, but it also doesn't. It's knowing the best of a destination and writing about the best of a destination. But one thing that's also going to be a bit worrying is the rise of AI, and I've already found some of my guidebooks have been turned into AI, but they're about 7 years old, which means that the content that's being generated is going to be
the crazy AI.
It's already out of date. And then I know.
It's your conscious.
That's another story.
We need to
Your
wrap up.
conscious. You're over. Thank you.
So I was told also by text message from Robert that we need to wrap up. So let's just one more minute on a positive note, so we don't kill everything with an AI and everything. So quickly, one or two sentences about something positive about what can Croatia offer for the future, and what's your maybe favorite place in Croatia, and that's it. And then we'll move to the coffee.
Okay.
Maybe Anja again, because you are native.
Well, I've been thinking recently, I've been rediscovering Kvarner, and I think it's an amazing region, so diverse. It was in the video as well. There are so many hidden little spots there that I think are really undiscovered. So I think that there's a space that can be definitely a
excellent. Kvarner for you.
Yeah.
Yasha?
I would say wine and nature. So kind of getting the wine story out there is
amazing wines and amazing nature in Croatia. I agree totally. Yeah.
I echo the wine as well. I mean, I've had so many people, wine snobs, say, "Oh, Croatian wine is nothing. You haven't tried Croatian wine," and it's so much of the country. Again, that's another part of the tourism that is.
And
that
I
can
can
be
add
used.
to all of this as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, everybody. You deserve a coffee and a break now. And thank you, my panelists. You've been amazing. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Well done. Guys, you have 7 minutes to pick up coffee and return to B2B here. Mr. D will be awaiting you. You start 11 sharp, so go, run, Forrest, run. Coffee break, networking, please.
Don't you know that?
Very much. That's the end of this morning's session. Thank you all for your hard work. Please don't leave the room just yet. We've got a couple of things we need to cover with you. Firstly, if you haven't already met us, I'm Robert D. This is my business partner, Tina Moen. We are New Deal Europe. We want to meet everybody that's in the room, so please make sure at some point before the end of today, we connect with you and we exchange business cards and we all say hi. But before lunch, those of us who are buyers and are on the program, after the event finishes today, we're all heading off to Zagreb. So to give you a flavor of what Zagreb has to offer, we have with us Zlatan from the Zagreb Tourism Board, who's going to give you a few minutes presentation to get you in the mood. Zlatan, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Zagreb Tourist Board and Convention Bureau. They told me I need to be short and sweet, so I'll start right away with a short presentation on Zagreb. I hope my pointer works. Oh, yeah, it works. So for you that come from the States and from other parts of Europe, I would like to say that Zagreb is very conveniently located in the heart of Europe, in the northwest part, so very close by with great connections with all major European hubs, meaning that you can basically reach Zagreb from any place from Europe in about 1 hour up to 2 hours flight, mostly. A brand new airport that was actually opened in 2017, that is very conveniently located only half an hour from the main city center. So it's easy to come and to leave from Zagreb. What is Zagreb? If you ask me for, let's say, one main USP, I would say that Zagreb is, the great thing about Zagreb is that the city is not too big, not too small. Around 1 million people lives there with the surrounding area. But the greatest thing is that Zagreb city center is very compact, meaning that all the major attractions, venues, hotels are basically walking distance, 5 to 15 minutes from the main square, which makes it very convenient for all kinds of events and, of course, for leisure, for tourism. So if you have groups that are just coming for a city break for a couple of days, they will have a lot of options and time to explore and to experience Zagreb. Sorry. So Zagreb is a Central European city, so it might remind you architecturally on Vienna or Budapest because we share a great deal of history with Austria and Hungary. We were part of the same Austro-Hungarian Empire. But what makes it different is that Mediterranean flair that gives Zagreb another specific USP in a way. So people like to live outside. There are a lot of open-air coffee shops, a lot of restaurants. The city is very safe, so you can go out anytime, day or night, and enjoy in Zagreb's offer. It's a vibrant city all year round, a lot of events. I'll come to that a little bit later. Accommodation-wise, there is a great selection of all hotels from budget to luxury. I'll just mention a couple of them, like the Esplanade, which is actually more than a hotel. It's a landmark property that was built in 1925 for the Orient Express passengers, a beautiful luxury hotel in the center of the city. Then we have Canopy by Hilton. We have all major brands like Marriott brands, Hilton brands, and a lot of different privately owned hotels. I'll go a little bit faster this section. To experience Zagreb, you can start with culture. There are a lot of museums, a lot of galleries that you can explore Again, I'm saying all of them, most of them are really walking distance from the place you have your accommodation. I'll just mention a couple of places that are very unique for Zagreb, like this. What you see on the screen is a museum of broken relationships, which is very unique for Zagreb. It was pronounced the most innovative museum a few years ago, and also Museum of Illusions and many other museums. Theaters, this is our Croatian National Theatre that is also used as a venue. What is interesting about this theater, it was opened by the Franz Josef, the Emperor, in 1905, and uniqueness of this Croatian National Theatre is that we have in one building a national drama, ballet, and opera house. For you that will be in Zagreb today, I think you're gonna see it. Zagreb is more than 900 years old, so there are a lot of places to visit and to see. Gastronomy-wise, Zagreb has a lot to offer. This is our Dolac market, farmers market in the heart of the city. We are very proud of this market. It's beautiful. Many restaurants actually buy ingredients there every day, and they make their menus accordingly. You can find all the you can find all the vegetable, fruits, dairy products, beautiful fish market. So not just from Zagreb and the vicinity, but also from all other parts of Croatia, like Dalmatia or Slavonia. If you ask yourself what is a typical dish, it's štrukli. Maybe you had a chance to try it while you were here. And a great selection of restaurants from really fine dining, Michelin star restaurants, to the restaurants that offer just nice, decent local and international food. When it comes to events, Zagreb really offers something all year round. So it's an all year round destination. I will just number a couple, actually 4 of our flagship events. So many of you know for Advent Zagreb, it's a Christmas market that was voted three years in a row as the best Christmas market in Europe. Really nice. Then Festival of Lights, which actually announces the start of spring. It takes place in March. 5-day event, definitely a beautiful event to visit. Then Zagreb classical music in the open on one of the most beautiful squares in Zagreb, Kralj Tomislav Square, really nice. And we have Artu Punktura, we call it, an event dedicated to culture. It's a platform actually for many museums and artistic projects now. It will start in a few days from now on. So just covering the all seasons. Zagreb is green. It lies on the slopes of the Medvednica mountain. So if you're interested in sporting activities, you can do it. We have a full golf course actually in the city, 10 to 15 minutes drive time from most of the hotels from the city center. Really nice place. This is our brand new cable car that will bring you to Medvednica mountain if you are into hiking or just enjoying the views on Zagreb. This is how it looks. And Maksimir Park, a fun fact, Maksimir Park is actually very centrally located on the edge of the central Zagreb, and it is almost the same size as the Central Park in New York. Really beautiful place, also contains the zoo. Surrounding area, we are now here. There are a lot of options to explore surroundings. So for the half day and day trips, really a lot of options. On the left-hand side, you can see Plitvice Lakes, that definitely one of a kind, one of the most beautiful natural spots in the whole Europe. Varaždin Castle, Croatian Zagorje with castles and manors. So really a lot of options to explore. And I will finish with with the coastline, especially for you that comes from the States. I would say a very good combo would be Zagreb and Dubrovnik, or Zagreb or Istria, or Zagreb or Opatija, because you, and many other, of course, destinations, but that would be, you can cover actually two completely different destinations and get a full experience of what Croatia has to offer. Thank you very much for your time. I hope I'm within the time frame.
I'll let you off.
Okay.
Thank you, Zlatan.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say we're really looking forward to staying with you later today. Lunch is served, light lunch for everybody, and back here for starting again at 1:15, please. See you then. Enjoy. Dober Tech.
you some insights. And if you want later, on table 25, I have some roadmaps and our Kvarner magazine in English language, so you can prepare yourself, or even if you want during your stay, that you can mark some places you especially like. Here we start with the image of the island Lošinj, and we are in the northern part of Croatia. What makes us very interesting, because we have a good flight connection, because we have an airport on the island of Krk. It's called Airport Rijeka, which causes some confusion, but when you learn it with time, it's okay. And we are 3 hours drive from Venice. So if you are from the UK, from America, Canada, or some farther destinations, you have this very good connection with the airport of in Venice or maybe Vienna. And also very important to mention, and I welcome our colleagues from Jadrolinija, which are a very important partner in the Kvarner region, as we have many islands and you need a ferry to get there. So if you plan to come with your clients, you should visit table 17 and to be well prepared. Here you have a map of Croatia. The darker blue color is the Kvarner region inside of all Croatia. We like to say it looks like a croissant, then you can have an image in your head. And in different colors we have a sub-regions. You see all the islands, the 4 are in different colors. And I start with the orange color, because this is your goal, where you will come to Opatija. Then you see the yellow one, this is Rijeka, but you will not see the whole region, but you will see the city. Then, also, as I heard, some of you are organizing hiking trips, biking trips, active tourism, which is very interesting now. This is the green region, the area of Gorski Kotar, where we even have a national park, so this might be of interest for you too. And Crikvenica area, very, very interesting, because they have sandy beaches, and the island Krk, Cres, Lošinj, and Rab. Difficult to pronounce, but Kvarner comes from Quaternarius. 4 regions. We have mountains in the north, islands in the south, shores in the east, and the peninsula in the west, which is then going further to Istria. We have a lot of accommodation, and I also want to welcome a lot of hoteliers, which I saw here from Lošinj, Rijeka, Krk, Crikvenica, Opatija, of course. We have also campsites and a lot of family accommodation, and also a lot of overnights, thanks to you as agents, and also to the hotels, which are making a great business for our region. If we go further, yes, we are, what is also interesting, in all year destination, so it's not seasonal anymore for the summer, because as the summers are getting hotter and hotter, people are considering also to come in autumn. It's warm enough to swim in the sea, the weather is very nice, and we have also, like Zagreb, it's a bit different than Zagreb, but also a very nice Christmas market. It's not a market, it's actually a Christmas park, because they aren't selling anything there. What you can do in this great Christmas park in Opatija, enjoy the lights, enjoy wine and you know, some cakes, but there is nothing be sold, and people appreciate it because it's a very familiar atmosphere there. We have very good cuisine. I can now tell you, you will go to one of our best restaurants. All Croatia has 10 Michelin star restaurants, and 3 are in our region, but I won't tell you more. Something has to be a surprise for you. As I mentioned, outdoor, we have a lot of biking and hiking tracks. We are also an area of well-being. So even today, when we say well-being, it is good to be near to the sea, to inhale the air. It sounds a bit old-fashioned. We think this is what people did in the 19th century. But I think with the pandemic, we appreciate breathing, and also we are thinking, what air are we breathing? If we would now measure the quality of the air of this room, probably we would all run out. But the human beings are very resistant beings, so we are still here, but still consider that you can offer to your guests, they have air of highest and best quality. Because we have no industry in the surroundings or around that the air, some polluted air would be brought. We have the wind Bora, and we have all these parts of sea drops which are carried through the wind in the air. And so it's recommended in autumn and in winter to walk along the seashore coast, and you will see the Lungomare, which is the famous one in Opatija, that you can walk there. It's very easy, so actually for your health and your guests have nothing more to do for their health than to walk next to the sea, and you have a therapy. Then also we have culture. Here we have the most precious statue on Lošinj, but also we have very interesting museums in Rijeka. We have also UNESCO intangible heritage. During the carnival, the bell ringers and some musicians from the island Krk. Maritime heritage, industrial heritage of Rijeka. Beaches, diving, sailing. Actually, there isn't anything we don't have, because it's not arrogant that I say this, but we are a very compact region on a very small area. We really have a lot to offer. Mountains, sea, even snow on the mountain of Učka or in the area of Gorski Kotar. So the cuisine, outdoor, the sea by itself. So I hope you will like it, because my time is over. My timer will say, Tanya, stop, yes. And you will see now our latest movie about the Kvarner region. It's not even 1 month old. And I hope it will give you an insight and look what the region is that you will visit. So at this place, I would like to thank you for your attention. Enjoy the movie, and even more, your stay at the Kvarner region. And don't forget to take the maps at table 25. Thank you.
Am I speaking with the location manager?
You are.
Do you have a moment?
Sure. I'm in my office.
So am I. Nobody likes them.
Yeah, they're all the same.
We're shooting an adventure movie. We're looking for an untouched paradise. We need sea, but it has to be crystal clear. We want marvelous sandy or pebble beaches, preferably both. Breathtaking horizons and mountain peaks. Fairy tale-like lakes. Wild forests. Rivers, waterfalls, gorges. We need magic. Can you do it?
Yeah, I've already got something.
And the rest?
Buongiorno, is this location manager?
On a high level.
Fantastico. Allora, we are shooting a family movie and we need a location. Oh, sorry, is this a good moment?
Perfect.
We are looking for a scent of history and culture. Castles, old towns, old buildings, theaters.
So we are filming this road movie, and we are in a search of beautiful landscapes Hallo, hallo. Wir machen einen Mystery-Film und wir brauchen etwas enigmatisch oder so intrigant.
Come on, man. We need action. We need those locations.
Hello.
Hello, dear. It's me again. This time we want to shoot some kind of romantic comedy.
Of course.
And we have the most famous actresses.
Draga, ako ti nije problem.
Što želiš da slikam?
Što god hoćeš.
So, thank you, Tanya, for the presentation. Anyone who knows me would say I definitely need therapy, so I'm looking forward myself to the Kavana effect for the next few days. We've got a couple of minutes if you need to grab a quick comfort break, and we start again for the last hall at 3 o'clock, just 2 minutes away. See you then. So I've done a lot of these.
Excellent work, Ivo, still doing the meetings. I appreciate this. Thank you again for staying till the end. Thank you to Slovenian and Croatian partners that you came here and participated at this and supported us. Big thank you to all the buyers who came from all around Europe, the world, to be here in kind of first edition of this B2B event as a part of the Tourism 365 conference. Ivana, something from your perspective as an organizer of this fantastic event.
Well, thank you everybody for your support and for your participation in this event. Although it is 7th conference, it's our first B2B with New Deal Europe, of course, and I hope that you'll join us next year at a similar event. I don't know where, but we will definitely invite you. And that's it. I hope that you had fruitful meetings today, and that we will catch up on during the lunch more. I have also one request from our PR manager, if that's feasible, please. Yesterday we had here this famous TikToker, and we done everything what he said. I'm not him, but they asked me if you can shout all at once, Tourism 365, and it will go viral. Is that feasible? Please.
Yes. Do we need to put our hands up like a Mexican way?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 365. Okay. Tourism 365. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Tourism 365.
Thank you, everybody. You are great.
So we've got a few more announcements just to keep you a couple more minutes, particularly for the suppliers, but I think you buyers as well. We've got several events coming up in the pipeline. If we haven't been able to speak to you, this is a broad announcement to say our next big event is a virtual event taking place on the 13th of December. It's a global event, so we'll have buyers from Australia, New Zealand, fingers crossed, touch wood, and as far afield, covering right across the globe, over to Seattle and Alaska. It should be big. The last time we did one of these, we had 450 delegates. So please sign up for that ASAP. It's for you suppliers, it's stupidly cheap at only €450. If you come to that and our live event, our showpiece event, which is happening in London on April the 16th, the price for that is £900 currently. The price will go up because we know it will sell out, because last year we had 97% satisfaction rating from all the delegates who attended. It's much bigger than this. People know about it already and it's in their diaries. So £900 is the current price. Book now to avoid disappointment. If you book both of them within the next 2 weeks, we can give you a special package price where you get 50% off the virtual. What's not to like? So we'd love to see you there. Next big event really is prior to that, because we are the regional representatives of ETOA in Southeast Europe. So we will be taking part in GEM, the Global European Marketplace, which has around 1,000 delegates. And we're honoured to have with us the Executive Director of ETOA, Tom Jenkins, who's sponsoring the drinks reception that you're all about to enjoy. So I'm going to pass the stage over to Tom. Before I do, if I can just, he'll have the last word, if I can just point out that for those of you who are heading out to Zagreb with us, actually not with Tia and I, we are coming to Zagreb, but we're following on. We've got a bit of fathology to do here first. Once we do that, we'll join you. But those who are leaving on the bus will leave at 5 p.m. You should be used to my whip cracking by now, having had me keep the time for you all day. So you know it will leave at 5 p.m. and it will go without you if you're not on it, because we've got a mad schedule to get through this evening, but a beautiful schedule. So we'll see you in Zagreb. And in the meantime, here's Tom Jenkins to regale you with some information about ETOA. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Robert. Look, ladies and gentlemen, you really don't need a hit from me for very long. I'm obviously running ETOA. We represent a lot of large companies that bring people into Europe from throughout the world. And if you want to know more about that, or more about GEM, which is coming up just before World Travel Market, you can look at our website, which is etoa.org, or talk to our colleagues here from New Deal Europe, who will be delighted to furnish you with information. You heard enough from me yesterday. You'll hear more from me today. Just have a great time and a great evening. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
What are you waiting for, travel professionals? The bar is open. See you there.
Hvala svima.
Well done, guys. Well, really well done.